Namaskar, good morning. This is Engineer Surya Singh speaking from Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India. And 4th June 4th, 2020, another day of world in your service. I am here to talk about general affairs and engineering management, project management, contracts, etc. This is your friend, international professional engineer and chartered engineer, Bharat, India, civil engineer. And of course, I'm sorry, this is another one issued by Sri Ravidas India and Royal Charter 1935, title Chartered for India. Again, back to you, one more day, another day of life. Good day or bad day, I can't say. And there's also some change on Facebook video live, new version. I don't know how it is, but it appears. Maybe it works better than previous one. Let us hope. Now, COVID-19 is running very fast, so people are thinking open. Again, I say there was a time when people are saying close, lockdown. Now say open. Humanity, what can you say? This is definition of humanity. That is why I say human is very weak. Sometimes human does without thinking what is to be done, what is not to be done. Mad, it's called madness. When there's one person, one can think and decide. When there are two persons, they can think and decide it later. And there was 3 or 4 mob, means nobody takes responsibility and nobody takes any decision. This is natural. Same thing is happening all over the world. People are happy to open everything. They are happy to open everything, but they don't know what shall be consequences after opening blindly, after opening without having any basis. That's just opening for sake of opening. That's what is happening. Well, it's okay, fine. I don't mind that. It's your life. There was a time when they were so much afraid of COVID-19, and all the time that gradually, particularly, you can say, in fact, they are forgetting that, and I think they are forgetting that, and now they are going to do a lot for purpose of for regaining life, which is not going to be good working in a way. Now it's happening. COVID has not gone, it's intensifying actually, to be very frank. Frankly, is what I'm analyzing it. Example is our country, and it is now, oh my God, what nonsense is going here? What's this doing here? Oh, what off here? What's happened? And I'm not going to limelight, so it's okay. What I'm saying is that what's happening now is not exactly what should have happened. It is completely different. Then I mean to say that people all over the world have become a kind equal to crazy. I should not say crazy actually. They have become equal to crazy. They don't know what after all they are doing. Students are not able to join school. Public is trying to join their offices, their companies, their organizations. All are interested to regain at cost of what? At cost of no understanding of what actually lies ahead. Well, I'm not going to speak either in favor or against of that state of corona. COVID is very smart is very smart. It's working. And we also want to work. It's not possible that both should work. You think it's possible? Yes, it is possible when we know each other, when we have a good introduction, we respect each other. Are we going to respect each other? That's another point of view. I don't want to bore you anymore. You know very well about COVID, but what I know is different. I believe that its life on earth is longer than what we are thinking. Some thoughts is for a few weeks, some thought for a few months. No, I don't think so. It's big one, powerful one, it will do its work successfully. We may think whatever we can think. It doesn't matter. It will think what it thinks. Now, my point of view is, I am from India, Bharat. We have already crossed 200,000 infections formally. When we say formally, means declared by offices, declared by government officially. This is officially. What about unofficially? If we take case of our country, Bharat, due to this COVID-19, forget previous ones. It caused problems to us. It caused problems to us health-wise. It caused problems to us economy-wise. It caused problems to us, society-wise. How? Health-wise, it's okay. We don't have that number of facilities in keeping in view population magnitude, population amount. We have not that many hospitals to cope with problem. We don't have that many testing kits. All that is there. Health-wise, we cannot encountering. We cannot encounter corona. Currently, health-wise, means we have 130 crore population, and there may be 50% or more who are not very rich, and we have congested population, community population. So we can say that we cannot meet them. We cannot meet them, right? So I should say, leave that point aside, health point, which is duty of every state and citizen to take over all diseases. Take point of status of society. We have all sections of society in our country, but most vulnerable section is poor. Poor persons, poor citizens who don't have very much money to stay in homes. They used to work for others in the industries so that they could meet their lives, and they are about, you may not say in thousands or lakhs, it is in crores, and 1 crore is equal to 10 million for your information. So when I say 1 crore is equal to 10 million. So you can say about 15 crore people used to work directly on daily fronts. Daily jobs, you can say, work daily and earn daily. You may be paid monthly, or you may be paid fortnightly or weekly, but you have to work daily, and that counts. Means no regular jobs, no nominal jobs. Those people are from a class which may also work in farming. They are not very highly, you can say, academically educated, but work-wise they are more than academics. Academics can teach you in books, but they work in fields, and they produce something which is used by all. They produce, food, they produce, you can say, all kinds of materials, products, which are used in further applications of production of machineries, and they produce economy for this country in terms of proceeds we receive from those products. So we have to take it differently. Means that is actually detailed economy I am talking of, microeconomy. If suppose I am in industrial work, I call them industrial workers, though our people call them laborers, some call them workers, some call them shramik. This is their insult. Yes, Shramik means who works. Everybody works. It's called Shram. Shram means work. So if you call them Shramik, then you are also Shramik. Everybody is Shramik. Why do you call them Shramik if you cannot call yourself Shramik? That is also one question. Well, that is another argument. But these people, we should not forget, they are backbones, they are spines, they are anatomy of this country, Bharat, India. I am not against government or against someone, but of course I am against that system which cannot organize, which cannot give any fruit of organization, fruit of work. This is that people. It is responsibility of every state, of every nation, of every society to help its most vulnerable section in preference to those who are having money, who are having wealth, and we call them haves or riches. If riches are even ignored for a few days, no problem. But these people who are lowest class, in a sense, they don't have money, otherwise they are not lowest class, they are highest class, because those wealthy people are wealthy because these people work for them. If these people don't work for them, they will not be helping, they shall not be helping. They are dependent on these people are not dependent on these people. Our government is dependent on people, these people are not dependent on government. That is also a fact of life. Somewhere in our life, in our whole life, we can say, these are involved, partly or fully. I call them industrial workers because they work in industries, though we don't call construction industry in this country, but industry is industry. It may be called, it may not be called. Housing industry, real estate industry, infrastructural industry, mechanical industry, electrical industry, commercial, and whatever you call it, means industrialization of this country. These people are found everywhere. Mechanical people, electrical people, civil people, particularly this one, who directly relate to industrialization of this country, are industrial workers. I don't like to call them laborers. Okay, they are little laborers or what you write them. It's your own, how much you respect them, that's up to you. But question is not writing what you do. Question is support. Of course, you don't support them in ordinary time, but if you don't support the emergent time, then what's the purpose of government left? What for people elect their representatives? That's a question mark. I am specifically talking about this. It relates to society, and society means nation. Every nation helps their people. If you take example of America, they have 33 crore population, and what I got is that US, according to their laws, transferred $1250 to each adult account and to $500 to each kid. You may say that they have money. Question is not money or no money. Whatever money you are having as a nation, it is public money, it's not your personal money. If people need it, just go to them. If you are getting $1250 monthly as support from state, it's not bad. Means if you are getting 80 to 90,000 rupees per month, it's good amount for one person. And even if you get 25% of that, it's good one in this country. We cannot say we can't afford it. That is a lie. That is a false statement, I should say, fake statement. I say we can't afford that. Okay, you can't afford for all, but you should afford for some people who are really very poor. America helps its people, whole Gulf countries help its people, and many other states, many other nations help its people. Our government is very miser. Our government here led by I should call money-oriented Prime Minister only. which means the merchant prime minister. He thinks if he's giving money, he's giving from his own pocket. That is mal opinion in his mind. He thinks it's personal money. He forgets that this money comes from people, comes after tax collection. This is a country by people, this public money. He thinks as if he stands spending on his own. He forgets plight of those people who have struggled because of this person, this PM. I have seen this PM is not well organized. Degree of organization is zero. It's not first time. It has been witnessed many times. It was witnessed when he declared demonetization of 1,500 notes, when he declared GST implementation, and now it's another time he has done same thing. Means you cannot plan something, you cannot foresee what's going to happen. Then you are PM. If I am some person, if I do something, I should know what can happen in aftermath of that. If I cannot even visualization of that, I cannot say I'm a professional, I'm eligible for that position which I'm handling. It's no criticism, in fact. These crores people, I don't know exactly how, I got news from, I got information from some channel that's about 15 crore people all over our nation who work for us in industries, factories and construction. They come to cities and they are therefore called migrant workers under Migration of Workers Act 1979. Some have been staying there for decades, some were named, some were middlemen. They have been contributing to development of this country. We didn't realize that fact. Now, we didn't realize that's fine, but once a problem erupted, okay, you didn't realize, I don't mind that. You were not having that much concentration at that time when you decided this. That's no problem. You are not able to concentrate on them. But when you came up to know that that's really a problem, then you should have acted that time. You declared something on 25th. These people came out on 27th or 28th after a couple of days or 2 or 3 days. You knew it. This has started happening. Okay, you did not know at that time. But when they came out, you should have elected yourself. You should have elected your government ministers. You should have elected all nation. You should have elected railways. You should have elected bus transport. There were many options you could have done. Then you could instruct all them, help these people, go back. But what you did, you started encountering them. Your police started encountering them. Was that sensible decision? Was the decision of a human being? No. This is really a problem people may accept or people may not accept, but facts speak themselves without any loudspeaker or microphone. Facts speak themselves, no need of any reference. Facts are speaking that more than 100 people have lost their lives miscellaneously, walking on road, on trains. They are in trains after 1.5 months, and that was also under force. There was no intention of government, no intention of anything. This government, unfortunately, has acted, you can say they have acted very, very cruelly, very cruelly as far as this case is concerned. Well, I'm sorry, I should not say that, but that's the fact. Anyhow, they acted very cruelly, and it's not in a national interest anyway. I should say that my government is not that government towards, it's not having any good and positive, any sympathetic attitude towards lowest class of people. I am also from that level, which these people are. Only difference is I have got education and follow up. And fortunately or unfortunately, I belong to that category of engineers who work with them, who use them, and I feel it. I feel it analytically and I feel it synthetically. People may not like it, but fact remains that we should speak for them, but we are not. If you consider that this type of statement is against government or it's not in national interest, then I should suggest go to some doctor for your psychological examination, whoever speaks that. And I regret that our country having millions of professionals, millions of engineering professionals, and they are short of courage to speak about their own people. I consider them my own people, because if these are not there, if these people do not work in industry, or they are forced to work indirectly or directly, because everybody needs money and industries are powerful, industrial owners are powerful, they abuse them. Okay, to an extent they abuse them, that's fine, somebody can tolerate. But if somebody abuses them to an extent that they can die, I think that is beyond limit. You extracted more work, you spoiled their rights, that was okay, fine to some extent, but if you force them to walk on roads in sun, hot, without water, without food, this is really cruelty, this is work of devil. This is work of devil, and those who did not speak, they are also supporters of government, whoever they were. Those engineers, those public persons who did not support them, do not speak for them, this means tacitly they are with government, they were with government. A government that is cruel, a government that is not public pro. So I really feel, don't accept this silent attitude, silent action from my colleagues, from my community colleagues. They forgot that they are engineers because of these people. If these people don't work, they cannot do anything. Those who sit in the office and imagine everything is happening. This is my, you can say, my own torture in my mind. Believe me, since it happened, these people started facing this problem. I could not stay stable. Other economical problems are different. But when human is affected, yes, if they don't have job, that's another point. But if you are trying to indirectly kill them, it's a killing. If a person walks 1,000 kilometers, a lady walks 1,000 kilometers, kids walk 1,000 kilometers, it's beyond imagination. Beyond imagination. And I condemn all, not only government, all public members, government, ministers, authorities, everybody who supported indirectly government, means this, they did not support this part of society, which is only society that can make this nation. I don't involve myself in politics, but this is not politics. If you speak for your own people, you consider it as politics, thank you very much, you may. I know many people are against me, you may be against me, I don't mind. You may be against me, no problem. But search your heart, search your mind, search your conscience, what it says. Supporting a government which is criminal, you are also criminal. Supporting a government, we cannot understand humans as humans, and you are also same. I feel like that. What happened in America, USA? Police killed one based on skin color. This was not based on money, based on skin color, racialism, racism. You know result? whole America burned for a couple of days. Millions and millions were out on the street to involve in violence. This means government wanted that. This is one point. Or government played with that. This is another point. Ultimately, many people lost their lives there. What you shall call it? Yes, you cannot say it's another country's issue. Yes, it is another country's issue, but it is human issue. It is human issue. Black killed by white, and white president wants to dominate. White president instructs his governors dominate over them, or they will go to any extent. Judge criticizes them. Judge criticizes president. This is today America. Curfew was imposed in New York, and one on interview by one, I think one senior member of society said that in 1943 there was imposition of curfew, and now it is imposition of curfew. I heard Joe Biden, candidate for presidency. He says one thing which I like. He said, presidency is very big job, is very big responsibility. I agree with that. Presidency is very big responsibility because presidency is not because somebody wants to be president, but because you have to be president for people, not for you. If you are president or leader in your country, political leader, you are political leader for people of that country, not for you. You are required, this means you did not say what I am explaining, you are required to think for your people, all people, not one part of people, and work for them. Work to solve their problems, and if you solve their problems, you solve problems of nation. And if you think for people, people shall certainly think for you. But if you keep on boasting about yourself, I am this and I am that, and mislead people, this can help you momentarily, it can help you instantly, but it cannot help you permanently. When people know that you are only a talker, you cannot do anything, you just speak and run away, escape, then people shall of course condemn you. That is what people's politics about. Same thing UK, you say UK, what's happening? People have been gradually losing trust in Prime Minister of UK in 2020, Johnson. What I am saying, this COVID-19 and such current issues related to that have entirely impacted upon relevant societies. But we are different. We are Bharat, we are India. We have different type of problems. Today, actually, what happens, we used to forget. We used to forget something. And we have different type of, mindless people as well. Mindless, or you may call them careless, or you may call them ignorant. A case goes to, an application, a petition goes to Supreme Court regarding Article 1 of Constitution of India. Article 1 says that this country, Bharat, this nation shall be named India or Bharat. This is clearly written in Constitution. Just its first article of Constitution. You need not go to find this, just open page and you will find this. Even then, somebody goes to court that the name of this country should be Bharat and take out name India. Such intellectuals are here in this country which don't even have courage or time to read Constitution. You're just wasting time of court, you're wasting your time. Already this country is Bharat. Everybody knows it. But we have lost habit to read documents. Bharat is there. India is there. There are two options. Republic of India, Bharat Ganatantra, we are. Now you unnecessarily demand something which has no weight. Well, I just referred it as this type of people are also there. COVID says something. Again and again I say, COVID wants some strong, concrete changes in our society. And those changes should be that entirely you have to change. COVID knows that whole world is corrupted. Whole world. Whole world is full of dishonest people, liars. And this is not in one country, everywhere. Corruption, lying, stealing. It's happening in England now. It's stealing. People who are immoral, who are understood morally sound, morally rich, are now morally poor. Communication has spread such a way that what happens here immediately is known 20,000 kilometers away from here. They know immediately what's happening. It's really unbecoming on part of everybody. There's a requirement now, actual requirement I'm telling you, if you want to fight with COVID-19 or something else after this, you have to be strong enough. You have to qualify yourself for that, and that qualification criteria is that you have to change yourself. You have to eliminate dishonesty from your life. You have to eliminate excess greed from your life, excess avarice from life. You have to eliminate hate from life. You have to eliminate, disrespecting others, disregarding others. You have to eliminate religious fractions, social fractions. Humanity has been divided into many classes, but God doesn't want that. Remember. You may divide society based on religious lines, or you may divide society based on social or caste lines. If you want to divide society based on performance, divide society based on intellectualism, divide society based on efforts, based on honesty, based on patriotism, based on world level attitude. If you want to divide society, you divide it in constructive way. You create a competition that people join, that people come together. If political leaders only have one ambition to come to power, that ambition is nothing. You have to think how much you can perform, how much you can help nation, how much you can help world. If you can do that, you'll be the best person in this world. I am just describing this because I am finding everywhere this indiscipline, there is immorality, there is a kind of movement which never happened before. Really to say, people are getting lost their nerves all over the world. It's not only in one country. No social distance after lockdown. I saw a picture from Germany. People were having boat party, sitting together in boats, and there were thousands of boats. I have seen many scenes where people are together in mall, means anxiety, anxiety got nothing to do in life. Anxiety kills your mind, destroys your mind. That's why I said be stable, keep equilibrium, keep balance of mind. COVID-19 is not gone. It is not expected to gone. Already it has been there for 6 months, and when it has already gone, it's already been there for 6 months, which I understand. It has cleared its probation period. Jokingly, I am telling you, it's successfully passed its probationary period. So it's now our permanent employee. You may say that. Jokingly, I am not saying that Exactly it is. It's our permanent colleague. So when somebody is permanent, you should welcome it. So COVID-19, you are welcome to world. But be positive, don't be negative. Give strength to world rather than destructing world. I know your ambition is different. Your ambition is different, my dear Corona. I know where you are, who you are. People are not understanding because people are emotional, they are sentimental. They are just worried of life, they are not worried of future. What I say on one side is health sector. This hand is health. There are two hands, this health, another one, this economy. There was a time when health was alone, it was very important. Now health has been withdrawn and economy has come forward. Money, 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 wealth, wealth, wealth. This give me money, I want money, I don't want health. Indirectly, this is a statement. Leaders are not worried for existence of your people. They are worried of money. So, health versus money, you may say lockdown versus open lockdown. This kind of contradiction is going on. Nobody has so far come out and going to change our character. We have seen, you can say, we are going to stay peaceful and lovingly in future. We respect each other. COVID is moving, black and white issue is moving. COVID is moving, Hindu-Muslim issue is moving in our country. Religion issues are moving in our country. This means people are not ready to learn what is life. Hindu-Muslim is imaginary issue. His skin color is also imaginary issue because color got no meaning. If you just remove skin from here, what color is the blood? Blood only color, no black and white. This means we cannot understand this point. We cannot understand, a child can understand, a baby can understand. Because baby is honest, baby has clear mind, baby has got no fabrication to talk in. But we have complete fabrication to talk about. First we design and speak, or we speak and utter. You think or speak, or you speak and then think, it's up to you. If you say, no, I have spoken on, I don't take my words back. Even if you don't take your words back, you have already spoken, words have gone into air. My dear people of this world, better change as soon as possible. Maybe I am there today, I am not tomorrow. But facts are there. God shall take care of this earth if you don't take care. God shall take care of this earth if you don't take care, and when God takes care, you will not be required here. Because many of you were sent for this purpose, help my earth. And if you don't do that, then you are not doing your assignment, and that's what God shall not like. Well, it's COVID means it's ongoing, and now it is like history, but it's proliferating, and it will keep proliferating very fast. I think it starts with a small act, but it thrives with high speed later on. And wherever people thought it's gone, it's succeeded, it comes back again. Example is evident from Iran, and it's happening again in Gulf. They have done a lot for eliminating this, but still it's taking back, it's advancing, and I should clearly say that beware of it. Don't think that it is gone, it shall not go. It will take years to consolidate itself, and then it set you right. You consider it's the power of universe that has come to earth, and you are no way to fight with it at current moment. You can't fight. Yes, people who are honest, who are sincere, who believe in humanity, they can fight with it. They don't need fight because they are human. They are innocent, they are honest, they are clear heart, There is no need. This will help them. This COVID-19 shall help them. I am sure. This is not emotional statement. This is factual statement that it will help those who are okay with this. And what I'm saying is that don't waste your time thinking that you shall win over this, because no one can win over honesty. Honesty is honesty. Dishonesty cannot win over honesty. Fake cannot win over facts. Truth always wins. Satyamev Jayate is valid statement. Satyamev Jayate we call in our country, Bharat, India, which means truth always triumphs. And that's fact of life, not only in Bharat, India, but also everywhere, that truth always triumphs. Truth always wins. So we have to find truth and stop finding false, because there is no use to find false. False is false and truth is truth. Truth helps everybody and false doesn't help anybody. Truth is truth, false is false. That's fact of life. And I support truth, I support God, I support humanity, I support sincerity, I support honesty. I don't support dishonesty. I don't support those who are greedy, who are avaricious. I support those who support others, those who are good. Money is one part of life, not every part of life. Yes, it is the important part. It is essential. It should be respected accordingly. Well, I'm not to speak a lot about this today, because this is a very serious issue. You all know about this. I would simply advise everybody, take care of them. Take care of your body, take care of life, yourself. Change your style. Just if you slacken your comforts a little, you will not lose anything. Don't be too luxurious. Remain active physically and mentally. That can help you, make you stronger. One more thing I'm saying, the whole world has gone nervous. Whole world has gone to a level where mind stops working. And it's not only for common people, it's for all, including those who are professionals. Because you have been forced to stay home for months. Forcefully staying home impacts on your mind psychologically. If you willingly stay there, that's different. You enjoy. Oh, I am on vacation, I'm enjoying. I'm at home, I'm enjoying. This enjoy your stay at home. But here, there's no question of enjoyment, because you have been forced. It's a forced jail all over the world. So people actually psychologically think different way. Why it's happening? And there is no support from someone. There is no guarantee from someone that this problem shall go away. When you are imprisoned, you think after so many years I'll come out. Yes, there's a guarantee on written statement of court's order or court's award of sentence. But here, that situation also remains absent. Keep yourself psychologically fit. Only way is that you must keep busy. I know there are no jobs. Jobs are out. That's why economically has crashed. Economically crashed, and those people who are losing jobs, they never thought, they were dreamed to lose their jobs, like people who worked in airlines, like people who worked in car companies. But at once, just like rain and thunderstorm appear, unemployment has appeared. There's a rain of unemployment, there's a thunderstorm on unemployment, and crores jobs have been lost. Crores and crores jobs in US, crores and crores jobs in European Union, crores jobs in UK, and crores jobs in our country, and also in those countries that far east located. Certainly, what shall get food, what shall get nervous, means those expect jobs, they're not having jobs, and to have jobs, they have lost their jobs. Certainly, question arises, what's happening around? Question arises, but what can you do? You can't do anything. Nothing is in your hands. God is great. God tests you all time, and God is testing you. You may accept this as test, or you may not accept this test, you surrender, or your problem lies in the fact that I would suggest this is temporary situation. Nothing is permanent. I suggest that everybody, and I suggest myself even. In fact, to be very frank, I am 66, running. For last, you can say, about a couple of years, I have got no jobs. Should I leave? You think? And there were many instances in my career, personally. There were many instances that I was out of a job because of whatever reasons, but I never felt psychologically. In those periods of my inflation, you can say, my being out of employment, I tried to upgrade my knowledge. I tried to digest those you can say negative times. I never felt that I was lost, because I had positive way in my mind, I have positive approach in my mind. I upgraded that, and now also I am upgrading myself. Why I'm upgrading yourself? My only effort is that whatever I know, small, not big, I should not take with me alone. I should leave it to you. If it is to write a book about what I think, it still take a lot of time. I'm going to say, people are not book readers these days. People have lost their past habits. They don't like to read books, or they don't like to write something, which is bad, of course, but this is practice now, that our youth, our people all over the world, they don't want to write, they don't want to read. There are authors who write, but they write for students only, not for professionals. Sometimes you want to write what happened in your life regarding profession. Yes, you can write. I also try to write, but I did not get any backup from publishers, because they are money oriented. They are doing commerce. Of course, they should be. Otherwise, they won't survive. I failed, frankly speaking. I tried to write books. I tried successfully one only. I tried the other one, but I didn't get any support. And I'm not that big. I do myself. That publication is not easy until you have a long family-oriented publication business. Well, it's not my displeasure. I'm not stopped by that red light. I continued. Then I got medium like internet, Facebook. I tried to post much on that, but I found that people are not very well interested. I try to write much about engineering, practical knowledge, practice, field work on Structural Engineers Forum of India. I did not find any encouragement feedback from there. I don't know reason of that. So this means people don't care for writings. They think because you are happy you are writing. Yes, they may say, oh, I am getting some money from somewhere, that's I'm writing. There can be any positive or negative consideration from public. Public knows something, public speaks something, but I try to help them. I failed in fact. Because you think it's easy to write, no, it's not easy to write. It takes a lot of concentration when you energize yourself to write. When you conceive something, if you don't write at that time, you forget it. That's also true. What concept you adopt for writing, if you don't do that time, you forget that. Second time you want to write, you will not get same concept or you will change something on that. And this is usual. Even then, I tried, but I think it's not exactly people need. Then I tried to talk to them through video, just like I'm doing now, and still I think I'm not that level successful as it should be. I tried to make videos on YouTube. I didn't get any result. I tried to help people through Facebook. I don't know exactly what's happening because I have forgot to think that people are receiving it or not receiving it. I don't mind that. Only I think that it's my duty to do whatever I can do for those people. It's up to them what they receive or they don't receive. It's up to them. You know what happens when something is freely available? People don't value it. They think it's free, it's no value. Yes, you are right. It's free. It's no value. If you pay money for something and get it, you value it. And if you don't pay money for something, you don't value it. That happens. Air is free of cost, so we don't value it. Sunlight is free of cost, we don't value it. Sunlight and also rain is no value. Rain is free of cost, no value. This whatever you do free of cost, you get free of cost, it's no value. But that is your conception, not nature's conception. Nature wants to maintain equilibrium everywhere, so it does. Well, dear friends, up to you. I don't mind. I am doing my job. What you do is up to you. And I am doing this job not for sake of money. I am not getting money. That's why I am spending money on this. I am spending money on internet and electrical and many others. So, well, it's okay. I am not getting any benefit. I am happy. At least I shall leave this world with, but not a serious conscience, not a serious mind, but a free mind. When I leave this world, I'll feel at least that I'm not taking anything from here, or I won't feel I did nothing for this world. Whatever is in my control, I am trying to do that. I'm not getting any pension, I'm not getting any salary, I'm getting nothing. Whatever I'm getting is tax based on little interest on FDs, and FDs interest is very low these days, so no problem. As far as you live, it's okay. Why to think more? There is no end to greed, there is no end to avarice. If you are happy, if you feel happy, you are balanced mind, you aren't stressed, you are not unhappy, you are not in stress all the time, it's fine. Means as far as life moves, at least you are happy. That's more important. If I feel I sleep right, unfortunately in this COVID-19, sleep is lost. I don't know what happened to you, but I think I have lost my sleep. I can't sleep that sound because of what's happening with, and not because COVID is there, but because treatment towards certain class, certain people of this country is not acceptable to me as an individual, as an engineer, as a citizen. My conscience doesn't accept this. Here I use conscious because mind is different. My mind forces my conscience. This is not correct. But I am not able to do anything because I am an individual and I have no potential, I have no power, political power to help myself. Well, now this is too much. Already 55 minutes are over regarding my talks of COVID in general. I hope that this time may pass, people shall change their minds and they would change their morals. They have entered negative morals, they come out positive. They would come out positive and think forward to protect world, to protect nature, to protect everything and to build constraint on economy, not to think economy is everything, but to think that human is everything. Human is human. Human has to be respected. Politics is politics, economy is economy, and society is society. If your society is not good, your humanity is not good, there's nothing, there's no politics at all. Okay? Now I jump onto systems. Systems. I'm using this word because system governs everywhere. Quality system, project system, or organizational system, safety system, planning system, computer system, governance system, whatever you name it, there is a system. I learn from my body system always. First I learn from body system, then I learn from natural system. I have two teachers. One is my body itself is a teacher for me because it teaches me don't sleep. It teaches me remain confident. It teaches me don't stop. It teaches me think on. It teaches me keep your control. It teaches me you control yourself. It teaches me identify yourself. It teaches me make yourself stronger. My body teaches me so much. So much. Just keep your body as your teacher on yourself and learn from every part of this body. Learn from legs, feet, learn from knees, learn from stomach, learn from your waist and chest, learn from arms, learn from your face. If you learn from everyone, you will find there is no such factory available till today in whole world which can compare its performance with this body. We know our body is organic. Why it's called organic? Why not inorganic? Body is organic. Organic in a sense it's composed of organic materials. Soil is organic. Of course it has minerals in that. That's inorganic. But in its basic form it's organic. Water is chemical. It's not organic, it's inorganic. Then sunlight, which is different composition. Like that, your body is miscellaneously constructed. And it is a secret. Your body is an organization of many circuits, of many parts, which can teach us. What can it teach us? It can teach us so much. It can teach us so much that we have unlimited learning from this. Unlimited learning. what my legs tell me. My legs tell me, dear body, do not stop. Walk, walk, walk. Stand, stand, stand. Walk, stand. Walk, stand. This is my leg and foot says. Purpose of leg is walking. Walk. Right? Stand. My bottommost part says walk, stand. Walk, stand. In fact, these two legs are my columns and my feet are my footings. This is a tell me all the time. If my legs do not walk, I cannot walk. If my feet do not sit on properly, there is no foundation. So this is clear indication that your legs are telling you, you should keep walking, you should keep standing, you should have good foundation. This is my leg telling me all time. Even I am resting. When I am asleep, my legs is still work. So legs are teachers. Then come on to further portion of arms. What my arm says? My arms never rest. They keep in motion. And how much they move in daily life, I don't know. When I walk, they also move. Of course, slowly. When I play with them, they work. When I eat with them, they work. When I ride with them, they work. When I sleep, they work. My arms keep on working. How much they work in 24 hours, I cannot measure. There is no way I can measure. Then my arms have fingers, palms. How many times my fingers works, I don't know. When I do computer work, I keep on keying in and all that, and whatever I'm working on, or whatever you do with that. Your fingers all are busy. They don't know. I don't know how much they have worked, how much my palms have worked, how much my arms have worked. I don't know. These are direct application of my body. So these are my teachers. They are teaching me, be busy. Don't be inactive. Be active. Keep working. Keep working. Keep working. Then I go to main part of my body, which is the core of this body. That is this portion. Stomach, navel, chest, all that, belly, hardware, all this part of the neck. What's telling? At its core, every control is in there. Physical control is in there, right? Lungs, stomach, intestines, heart, everything is here. So, this is telling, this is my CCB, Central Control Building, or CCC, Central Control Core. This pumps my fuel. This receives my food, my feeding, my petrol. This digests that. This processes that. So, this is a process plant. If this process plant do not work, if this process plant doesn't work, say there's some slip sometimes in grammar or translation. Because when you speak, you don't think. This I learned from people. When you speak, don't think. If you think, you can't speak, but I'm not finding that correct statement. If you think, you speak. If you speak, you think, both are okay. No problem. You think and speak is better rather than not thinking. So I say, this is my process plant. This is my process plant which receives my fuel, which I eat and drink, which recirculates my permanent fuel within, you can say, my blood. And also, this receives decompose food into a chamber as part of this core, and there's another chamber of this part is core which is energized, which is energy. So this part tells that I am everything. I am energy producer, I am food producer, I am process plant for your arms, for the legs. This is what is teaching. And if you go about whole face and shoulders are, you can say, junction for arms and for your body, which without which your arms won't work, without which your body won't supply energy to your body. So up to here, there are so many teachers I have, and there's another teacher on top. That is nose, that's eyes, that's lips, that's tongue, that's teeth, there's face, cheek, ears. They have their own functions, Every one is perfect function. One function is hearing, one function is weaving, 2 functions, one function is breathing, 3 functions, one function is eating, 4 functions, one function is speaking, 5 functions. Eyes function, nose function, mouth function, ear function. 5 functions are there. And there is feeding, that is, you can say, hopper. This is my feeding. And then on top of it all is this feature. This is automatic switch, automatic transfer switch, ATS, automatic transfer switch. Transfer switch means what? Transfer switch, automatic transfer switch, or Atma transfer switch. You may call it automatic transfer switch in electrical engineering, or Atma transfer switch. This is connection between natural power and your body. This means this receives information and transmits to you. After processing that information, and you receive it and use it. Why I am telling you all this? Because I want to learn that your teacher is there with you. Your mind tells something, your head tells something, your nose tells something, your ears speak something. All your parts are there to help you. Analyze, and it is done automatically. You need not even think about that. When you think this is right, this is wrong, this is analysis. When you think this is good, this is bad, this is analysis. When you think this man is bad or good, it's analysis. This is all analysis. So we can say that I have many teachers in my body. Teacher here, teacher here, teacher here. I can see everything. Teacher here, teacher here, teacher here, teacher connection, and all of the teachers are attached. This means I have many gurus here in myself. A spiritual guru, no. Physical guru, no. A real guru. I have my own teachers on myself. Why I didn't understand till now? Why I miss my life not to understand this? I am running behind every other teacher. I am not respecting teacher which is permanent with you. Which is permanent with you. What your mind says. Your mind says remain busy, think. Right? Think and immerse in your mind. They say you immerse in my mind by thinking. What your eyes says, see, look, view. Image, view and it functions indifferently. Once you see it, can't forget. Remember what a powerful teacher it is. When my teacher helps me with something, it doesn't allow me to scrap that image. My teacher does not allow me to scrap that image. Beautiful. I see something just for a few moments. I see something. Oh, I remember it forever. Why? Because this is teacher who remembers it. My every teacher is teaching me, helping me. Picture is here, use his eyes. This teacher says, don't worry, I am working for you. Don't worry, I am working for you. Don't worry, It works since the moment I was born and takes me continuously without any gap up to time when I leave this body. Beautiful. What a perfect teacher. I cannot expect teachers. Perfect teacher it is. If somebody stops his teacher, you know what happens. You stop your life. If I close this here, I will die. This body shall cease working any further. I am telling you because this is organizational management here. And my ears always receiving something important or unimportant. It keeps on receiving without even my noticing that my ears are receiving something. I only hear and agree. I only hear or disagree. This means there is a triangular version with eyes and ears and nose and ears. Eyes and ears, mouth and ears. My head is there, it is supported by all this. What my ear instruments transfers to mind, it hears. My eyes instrument transmits to mind, it was, it watches. Mouth is in between both face and body. It works with both of them. If you take this way, analysis of your body in non-medical way, you will find that there are many teachers on your body and all are yours. All are yours. I never thought of them, but they are. They are my internal teachers. They are my exclusive teachers. This means I have been organized in such a way that I am born with organization. I and everybody is born. I was born, you are born, everyone is born. We are born with organized system. We are born in organized way. This means my body is management part. My body is a body organized with organizations. If I say institution of head, institution of eyes, institution of nose, institution of ears, institution of mouth, all that if I say, I think there's nothing wrong with that. After all, these are institutions. After all, this is a fact. This body is very important. And that's why nobody wants to leave it. Nobody wants to leave it because this is electrical current free. You are not paying electrical bill. Yet it is working. This is not a train, yet it is moving. What do you say about this? What do you say about this? Yes, I am little tossing because this is also institution. This is also institution. My explanation is only to tell you your body is also a group of institutions. Your body is also a group of organizations. That are your organizations. Then there's another organization externally of your body. Natural agencies that help you. Without those agencies, your body won't function. If it functions in darkness, it will function difficultly. This means it's true that we cannot produce a body ourselves. It's true. Body can be produced only by system that is working for this, that works for this. I don't want to waste your time anymore. My only background was that you learn from yourself first. And I explain again, within ourselves there is electric current, another electric current which is much more important than these organizations I just told you, various organizations. There's another organization in our body that controls all these systems, all these organs, and that is known as our conscious, our morale, which is represented by, or which represents actually, you can say that, or which owned by our soul, S-O-U-L, means Atma, means whatever you can say, Atma, soul, an end to every answer. Soul controls my body, soul controls everybody, and soul is everyone. So group of institutions and control of institutions soul, and group of institutions is also controlled by soul. So you have systems, you have management. If say your eyes don't work, say if your nose don't work, I mean your nostrils don't work, some of your systems don't, some of your systems doesn't work. Shall you get what you are getting? You want. That's why I say you are a perfect piece. It's very important to understand all this. You are your own teacher, nature is your teacher, home is your teacher, life is your teacher, then is academics teacher. First teacher, I am. I am first teacher of myself. Before my mother was when I was born, but now because I am grown up, I am my own teacher. I can learn from sun what is punctuality, what is regularity, what is systematic. I can learn from air what's meaning of stability, what's meaning of pressure, what's meaning of disturbance, what's meaning of turbulence. I can understand learn from air, rain, what is meaning of rain, how it works, what it gives us, and when rain disturbs you, you are in flood and you are in turbulence. You know power of fire and you know power of this units and transformation. That is what's important for everybody. I just explained to you because I had a feeling you must understand what I'm talking of. Systematic study. It's not one page study, it is system study. It's not one point study, it is system studies. If you want to study system so that you know how it's working. Not simply one page take out and study that, or certain question papers you take out and study them. Study doesn't mean certification. Study means real knowledge, confidence in yourself. Now, I think you understand what I mean. You understand I mean that even your legs are so important. Legs. Legs are so important. What about mind? Leg or feet is one end and mind is another end. Feet is one end, feet are one end, mind is another end. And what is between? One end is feet, which walks a lot, which stands a lot, and is the mind which makes everything walk. Mind, which is unknown, which can create fire and can destroy fire. Mind. If you understand this, you can understand everything. Remember, between mind, head and feet, it's long journey. Now, you take between mind and legs. What are you? Whole face is there, whole core is there. This means feet and mind are control points. If your mind does not allow something to move down and your leg, feet doesn't allow to take something coming from bottom, what shall happen? That's the point where we need some concentration. Now, I jump to management again because of course I am talking to management, different management. My purpose is that you learn and you learn and learn for use. Sorry. My God, what I do with them, yeah. Dear friends, so far I was talking in different tone, and you must understand what I was talking about. I want to make you understand, system is system, and there are many systems in everybody's life. You are system number one, and you have many systems within your body, and there are many systems in your home, in your daily lives. There are many systems in your life outside your home. Those systems are very important. It's up to you how to handle them. And remember, nothing works in isolation. And I have a principle for systems, for me at least. If I am given an opportunity to enter into a system and work for that system, I shall not be sad. I'll say, okay, I am joining your system, but don't bind me by that system. Give me freedom to work on system and attack system itself. Then will be okay for me. If I get that, certainly if I've experienced one, I'll check each and every point or component of that system and ensure that either works efficiently or if worn out, replaced. That's what I would think. I would change it to real requirement or my requirement, or I won't worry about the system. And if I am given an opportunity that I have to make a system, because system is not study. If you understand that, you will make yourself good one. If I make my system, it's best for me. And if that system works, it's best for me, because you are owner of that system and you can change that system depending upon requirement. Very nice. In past, I talked about many systems on these videos. I talked about you can say safety system. I talked about the management system. I talked about many solar system. I talked about economy of Earth. I talked about these. I talked about my own drawings. I talked about many other issues, Constitution of India, many other such issues. One should respect all that. And I'm of course taking a lot of time on videos for you people. Hours together. Of course, I'm sure you don't like it, the who sits for hours. But you are at privilege, I'm not at privilege. You are having privilege to watch it anytime and to watch whatever portion you want to watch. You can watch again, whenever time again. You won't miss anything. But I have to sit together for that duration so that there's no disruption. This means author is not privileged, resource person is not privileged, but student is privileged, audience is privileged. So my dear audience, you are privileged, don't worry. Even if video is 4 hours long, you can watch any time, any distance. Nobody stops you. But I have to sit continuously and speak or work on system of this recording. I am trying to put in your mind something that do not go behind single person, go behind system. If you don't understand system, you can't understand a person. It's for all. If you can't understand a system, you can't do anything. Example, when you are kid, you learn 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 100, up to 1. You don't learn only, okay, 0, stop, no. You learn, okay, 5, stop, no. No. You have to learn now. Because that is system of study, that system of counting, and that system of further counting by tables. Everything is system based. Nature is a system. Solar system is a solar system. Everything is systemized, and we sometimes systemize ourselves, but we don't take care of that. That happens. That's why I say, when we say to control something, to make sure something is working out, a requirement, it is systemized, and that's called ISO 9000 quality controls, quality system, safety system, environment system, we call that. Environment, system. Right? Everything is system. System of cooking. There's no one act of cooking. There are so many systems for cooking. Everything is systemized. So if you understand that point, you will become better. Your thinking deficit shall increase. And I found that. When I'm talking of management of organization, I should not just isolate myself from that. There are thousands of systems working, lakhs of systems. They call something also system. Systems of systems. So, in our profession of civil engineering, from which I am, there is a system of delivery of development works. We deliver to public systems. You can say development work is also system. Road is system, bridge is system, building is system, whatever you say is system. So study should be systematic, work should be systematic, and if you don't do systematic work, certainly you shall suffer. You are going to suffer, because without systems you cannot consolidate yourself, you cannot organize yourself. If you want to organize, you have to be systematic. You have to be. Punctuality, regularity, time fixing, time scheduling, everything should be perfect. Otherwise, your system is no system. Your system is no system. Now, I was involved with you in understanding FIDIC, which is contract, and contract is also a part of system. Contract itself is a system. Contract is a system. Of course, we call it contract form or contract document, but ultimately it's a system of dealing. It's a written document which tells you how shall you systemize in working in future on such project. It's only document, you can't say. You can say it's a document filled with application, filled with methodology of systemizing something. If you just take it from an aspect of document, I think you will make a mistake. Because documents are dead. Documents can't speak for themselves, but they announce themselves. I'm sorry, it's happening. Well, it happens during talk. It's hot, happens, no problem. Now, this contract management, this contract document, is called agreement. It's not simply declaration. It's a declaration how shall we handle our duties, our responsibilities, our obligations, our mistakes, our errors, and how shall we move forward on projects. This is a complete declaration. It's based on thinking, contemplation, understanding, devices, and technologies. Writing something is not important if you compare it to understanding. If I write something, I don't understand something, others can't understand something. Whenever, say, two persons agree on something, for some achievement, for some destiny, for some objective, They agree for something. That's called agreement. And when agreement is in written, and of course gives one party service or another party. It's called something that contains some ethics. It contains something that contains some references that really you can say. Your agreement on any paper or any work should clearly say what it is. I am not saying you describe your activities here. You describe your activities somewhere else, not on that paper of agreement. You can describe somewhere else, but it shall be a part of agreement. It shall be a part of contract. Because we just declare that this is my contract. This contract brings in this scope. This contract brings in references of these documents. This contract brings in drawings. This contract brings in specifications. This contract brings in this document, this reference. This contract brings in these laws. That itself declares that your agreement is not adequate. Your agreement is to be read in conjunction with all these references. That's automatically understood. This is what is contract then? In contract with all contract documents. Contract means all contract documents whatsoever are needed for achieving this purpose. And whatever could be the objective, legally it should be. Okay, you move further now, and we are going to speak like this, so there will be no end to this, and you may feel bored, and I don't want to make you feel bored, because that won't work. I think I can't travel because of you. You don't want to travel. If you clear away this whole stuff, it doesn't clear away. Down and down, start stopping what to do, no problem, leave it as it is. It's hardly what can I do. I am very bad organized person myself, I can say. Actually, these drawings are not today's drawing. I just kept it for safety purpose, for protection purpose. These drawings were produced, in 1990s, 1992, I think, 91 or like that. So these are, you may call them ancient drawings. You may call them, no problem. It can be. You can call them anything. Doesn't matter. You can call anything, anytime. It works or it doesn't work. And actually, there is new version of Facebook. I'm just looking at that. Why they changed? It is, I think, better. It is no problem to me. It's okay. Yeah. Well, now I'll go back to what I was talking about, this FedEx system. I'm now going to FedEx system file. It is open now. I am opening that. It's a FedEx file I want to open and then talk to you. I have been discussing FedEx with you for long, maybe many instances have gone. Before going there, I just like to remind something that, I like to remind that I always put records which are previous one as much as possible for references of you people. If you want to see because I'm giving references from many documents, from many available, and my previous references, my previous URLs. If you want to see videos, which one is now and in sequence to previous one, you will find those URLs on text of this video. There are URLs related to this series of management or field engineering, whatever you call it, and also you can say previous one, safety. You can go through that. For your convenience I put there, and if you learn, that's fine, and I will tell all. Learn it better, because if you learn it, it's good for you. It's so simple. It's not good for me. I'm not doing anything now. You are doing it. I'm your guide. I can say this is right or this is not right. And if in that connection you want to raise some questions, my email is there already. My email ID is there. You can write to me, and if I find suitable, certainly I'll respond to your question. And that is what I like. And if you think no, there's no need, it's up to you. Well, if you know everything, fine. I want that to say you know everything. And also you should get, you can make your own video if you wish. It's no problem. You can make your own video and you give your message. If you like, that's good for you. It's not because you will become famous or I will become famous. It is exchange of knowledge. It's exchange of knowledge only, nothing else. Forum is there, medium is there, and you can reach through this system all part of world. That is beauty of this, and that is what system is all about. That's what I was talking. Now I hear, always, for example, giving the safety. I have certain files there on that. This is regarding HSE, health, safety, environment, life, etc. And there are about, let's say, 24 or 27, you can say, I think more than that it should be, about 34 chapters on safety, health and environment. Wherever there is an ergonomics as well, you can go through them, and you can go through them. These are, I'll just tell you what actually I have put in there. This is it is regarding, one is this is link onto script.com. There are some sketches regarding safety. There are some other calculations, and they access various talks on safety. You can go through and read that. It's good for you. And then it is this. If you see this is on. Here I have written many other talks. This starts from one civil engineering building practice, and one it goes to many much. All this information is also available on this file. We'll go through that. Now back to Philip. I was talking. I think I had gone to I think many articles are clauses of this. I think 18 year clause. No, something wrong somewhere. Where is that clause here? No, it's something like, I think 80, I think. Let me see, 88. I'll go to class 21, 20, 18, I think. Yes, page. Yeah, so it's people. So it was termination by employer, then termination by contractor was over, and suspension by the contractor was over. So it is now care of works was over also. Then indemnities and contracts over, and indemnity by engineer, shared indemnity, exceptional events are over. Duties to minimize delays, exceptional events, and optional termination. Release from performance under law. Insurance, yes, 19.1. We were at 19.1 insurance, and before that was release from performance under law. So it was actually, I'll overlap with 18. Exceptional events we discussed. Exceptional events, 18.1. Then we discussed 18 to notice of exceptional events. Duty to minimize delay and consequences and sickness of the exceptional event, 84. And release from performance. So this is release from performance 18.6. That is release from performance under law. Yawning. Releasing my body stationary energy. Stationary, I release that energy. Yes. Now it was last point in 18, that's 18.6, release from performance. Then I jump to insurance. What it says, in addition to any other provision of this clause, in addition to some other provision in this clause, if event arises outside control of parties, including but not limited to exceptional events, then which makes it possible or unlawful to either party or both parties to fulfill their contractual obligations or be under law governing contract, entitles parties to be released from further performance of contract. And if parties are unable to agree on amendment to contract, that will permit continued performance of contract, then after either party gives a notice to other party of such event, parties shall be discharged from further performance and without prejudice to rights of either party in respect of previous breach of contract and amount payable by employer to contractor shall same as would have been payable, which have been payable under subclause 18.5 optional termination, and such amount shall be the amount payable by employer to contractor shall be same as would have been payable under 18.5 termination, and such amount shall be entitled so you can say such amount shall be certified by engineer as contract had been terminated under subclause. Now we jump to 19, that is 19.1 insurance. General requirement, there is insurance to be provided by contractor, and these are 2 points that we discuss. So what is insurance? That is general requirement. Why do we insure? In FIDIC, without limiting either party's obligation or responsibilities under contract. It says that without limiting either party's obligations or responsibilities under contract, contractor shall effect and maintain all insurances for which contractor is responsible with insurer, and in terms both of which shall be subject to consent by employer. These terms shall be consistent with terms, if any, agreed by both parties before date of letter of acceptance. Actually, why they should challenge the question is that? That's important one. That's insurance is very important. Can't avoid this. Without limiting either party's obligations or responsibilities under contract, contractor shall effect and maintain all insurances for which contractor is responsible with insurers, and in terms both of which shall be subject to consent by engineer. These terms shall be consistent with terms, if any, agreed by both parties before date of letter of acceptance. Insurance is not an option. It's not an option, it's mandate. According to law, it's mandate, and no way that it should not be done, it has to be done. It cannot be avoided. It has to be done in public interest. Then say, and it should be done by contractor according to contract conditions, and must be consent given by employer, consent by employer or first party, and this terms must be consistent with terms agreed by both parties before date of letter of acceptance. Insurances required to be provided under this clauses are minimum required by employer. Insurances required to be provided under this clause are minimum required by employer, and contractor may at contractor's own cost add such other insurances that contractor may deem prudent. Whenever required by employer, contractor shall produce insurance policies which contractor is required to effect under contract, as each premium is paid. Each premium is paid. Whenever required by employer, contractor shall produce all insurance policies which contractor is required to effect under contract, as each premium is paid, and contractor shall promptly submit either a copy of each receipt of premium to employer, with a copy to engineer, or confirmation from insurers that premium has been paid. If contractor fails to effect and keep enforce any of these insurances required under subclause 10(19)(2), insurances to be provided by contractor, which we'll see 19(2), then any in such case, employer may effect, keep, enforce such insurances and pay any premium as may be necessary, and recover same from contractor. May effect and keep force in such insurances and pay any premium as may be necessary, and recover same from contractors from time to time by deducting this amount so paid from any monies due to be contracted to contractor, or otherwise recover same as a debt from contractor. Okay, deducting that amount paid from any monies due to contractor, or otherwise you may recover same as a debt from contractor. Now, provisions of clause 20, employers and contractors claims shall not apply to this clause. Now, if after contractor or employer fails to comply with any conditions of insurance affected under contract, parties so failing to comply shall indemnify other party against all direct losses and claims, including legal fees and experiences. Now says that if either a contract or employer fails to comply with any condition of insurance is affected under contract, parties or failing to comply shall indemnify the party against all direct losses and claims, including legal fees and experiences arising from such failure. Contractor shall also be responsible for following: A. Notifying insurers of any charges, insurers of any charges in nature, extent to program or execution of works, and adequacy and validity of insurances in accordance with contract at all times during performance of contract. Is this why Japanese on it? Again, I read this. Contractor shall also be responsible for following. It says, if either contractor or employer fail to comply with the condition of insurance affected under contract, parties of failing to comply shall bring indemnify either party against all direct losses and claims, including legal fees and expenses arising from such failure. If you don't pay in time, you will indemnify other parties if any claim is raised from that. The contractor shall also be responsible for following. What are those? Notifying insurers of any changes in nature, extent or program for execution of works, and adequacy and validity of insurances in accordance with contract at all times during performance of contract. Now, permitted deductible limits allowed in any policy shall not exceed amounts stated in contract data, if stated amount agreed with employer. Now, what of the advice? Permitted deductible limits allowed in any policy shall not exceed amounts stated in contract data, if not stated amounts agreed with employer. Where there is a shared liability, loss shall be borne by each party in proportion to each party's liability, provided non-recovery from insurers has not been caused by a breach of this clause by contractor or employer. Even a non-recovery from insurers has been because has been caused by such a breach, defaulting party shall bear loss suffered. Right? Again I read this. When there is a shared responsibility or liability, loss shall be borne by each party in proportion to each party liability, provided non-recovery from insurers has not been caused by a breach of clause by contractor or employer. In event that non-recovery from insurers has been caused by such a breach, party shall bear loss suffered. Now go to insurance to be provided by contractor. Contractor shall provide following insurances. One is what? Contractor shall insure and keep insured in the joint names of contractor and employer from commencement date until date of issue of taking over certificate for works. Works and contractors documents together with materials and plant for incorporation in works for their full replacement value. This is work and contractors documents together with materials and plant for incorporation in works for their full replacement value, right? For their full replacement value. This is insurance. Insurance cover shall extend to include loss or damage of any part of works as consequences of feature of elements. Okay, now insurance cover shall extend to include loss. Insurance cover shall extend to include loss and damage of part of works as a consequence of failure of elements defectively designed or constructed with defective materials or workmanship, and be an additional amount of 15% of such replacement value or such other amount as may be specified in contract data to cover any such costs incidental to satisfaction of any additional amount of 15% of each such replacement value or such other amount as may be specified in contract data to cover additional cost incidental to rectification of loss or damage, including professional fees and cost of demolition Now this is, you can say, cover additional cost incidental to rectification of loss or damage, including professional fees and cost of demolition and removal of debris. Now, insurance shall cover employer, and contractor against all loss or damage from whatever cause arising until issue of taking over certificate for works. Therefore, insurance shall continue until date of issue of payment of compensation. So, insurance cover shall include employer and contractor against all loss or damage from whatever cause arising until issue of taking over certificate for works. Therefore, insurance shall continue until date of issue of performance certificate in respect of any incomplete work for loss or damage arising from any cause occurring before date of issue of taking over certificate for works, and for whatever loss or damage occasioned by contractor. Got it? And for any loss or damage occasioned by contractor in course of any operation carried out by contractor for purpose of complying with contractor's obligations under clause 11, defects after taking over, and clause 12, thefts and completion. Again I read this paragraph because this is insurance issue, must be clear. You cannot run like train on this, but understand points. Running minimum, insurance shall cover employer and contractor against all loss or damage from whatever cause arising until issue of taking over certificate for works. Thereafter, insurance shall continue until date of issue of performance certificate in respect of any incomplete works or loss or damage arising from cause occurring before date of issue of taking over certificate for works, and for any loss or damage occasioned by contractor in course of any operation carried out by contractor or purpose of to complying with contractor's obligations under clause 11. So we'll go now to, however, insurance cover provided by contractor for works may exclude any following. What are exclusions? Let's see what exclusions are. No, I think cost of making good any part of works which is defective. Cost of making good any part of work which is defective, including defective material and workmanship, or otherwise does not comply with contract in substandard work, you can say, non-quality work, you can say, provided that it does not exclude cost of making good any loss or damage to any other part of works attributable to such defect or non-compliance. Now, indirect, second is indirect or consequential loss or damage. Indirect or consequential loss or damage, including any reductions in contract price for delay. Indirect or consequential loss or damage, including any reductions in contract price for delay. Then, 3. Wear and tear, shortages and pilferages, and 4th is unless otherwise stated in contract data, risks arising from exceptional events. Now we go to 1922 goods. 1922 goods. No problem, no problem, no problem. Always problem and there's no problem actually. So it's goods. Now what goods say? Contract shall ensure in joint name of contractor and employer. Goods and other things brought to site by contractor. Question. Specified. To extend specified and or amount stated in contract data. If not specified or stated, for their full replacement value, including delivery to site. Contractor shall maintain this insurance from time goods are delivered to site until they are no longer required for works. Let me read again. This 1922 goods. Contract shall ensure in joint names of contractor and employer goods and other things brought to site by contractor to extend specified or amount stated in contract data, if not specified or stated, for their full replacement value, including delivery to site. Contractor shall maintain this insurance from time goods are delivered to site until they are no longer required for works. Right. Now 1923, liability for breach of professional duty. Breach of professional duty. Now it says that liability for breach of professional duty. Liability for breach of professional duty. Now, if to extent, if any, that contractor is responsible for design of part of permanent works under subclass 4.1, contractor's general obligations and or any other design under contract and consistent with indemnities specified in class 17, care of works and indemnities. A contractor shall effect and maintain professional indemnity insurance against liability to extent, if any, that contractor is responsible for design part of permanent works under subclass 4.1, contractor's general obligations and or any other design under contract and consistent with indemnities specified in clause 17. Contractor shall effect and maintain professional indemnity insurance against liability arising out of any act, error or omission by contractor in carrying out contractor's design obligations in an amount not less than that stated in contract data, if not started, amount agreed with employer. I repeat, contractor shall effect and maintain professional indemnity insurance against liability arising out of any act, error or omission by contractor in carrying out contractor's design obligations in an amount not less than that stated in contract data. Contract data, if any, if not stated, amount agreed with employer and stated in contract data, such professional identity or identity insurance. Alright. If stated in contract data, such professional indemnity insurance shall also indemnify contractor against liability arising out of any act, error, or omission of contractor in carrying out contractor's design obligations under contract that results in works or sections are part of major items of plant. Read again. Let's read again better. Start clearly understood. If contract shall affect and maintain professional indemnity insurance against liability arising out of any act, error, or omission by contractor in carrying out contract's design obligations in an amount not less than that stated in contract data amount agreed with employer, and if stated in contract data, such professional indemnity insurance shall also indemnify contractor against liability arising out of any act, error, or omission by contractor or carrying out contractor's design obligation under contract that results in works or section or parts or major items or parts items of plant, if any, when completed, must being fit for purpose for which they are intended under section of class 4 contracts of general obligations. Contract shall maintain this insurance for a period specified in contract data. Now 924, injury to persons and damage to property. Now, injury to persons and damage to property. Injury to person and damage to property. Contractor shall insure in joint names of contractor and employer against liabilities for death or injury to any person. This is pen down, I think, yeah. The contractor shall insure in names of contractor and employer against liabilities for death or injury to any person, or loss of or damage to property other than works, arising out of performance of contract and occurring before issue of performance certificate other than those or damage caused by exceptional event. The loss of damage. Now, insurance policy shall include a cross liability clause such that insurance shall apply to contractor and employer as separate insurers. Now it says that insurance policy shall include a cross liability clause such that insurance shall apply to contractor and employer as separate insured. Such insurance shall be effective before contractor begins any work on site and shall remain in force until issue of performance certificate, and shall be for not less than amount stated in contract data. If not stated amount agreed with employers. Okay, that's insured, separately insured now. After the injury to employees, this is 1925. Actually, this is my injuries to employees. Injuries to employees. Contractors shall effect and maintain insurance against liability for claims, damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses arising out of execution of works in respect of injury, sickness, disease or death of any person employed by contractor or any of contractors. Now it says injury to employees is very important clause in fact. Of course, these clauses of insurance are little definitely boring but important one from safety, health and environment viewpoint. Contractors shall effect and maintain insurance against liability for claims, damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses arising out of execution of works in respect of injury, sickness, disease or death of any person employed by contractor or any of contractors. Then we say, after that, when we cover this injury to personal or employees, says, contractors shall effect and maintain insurance against liability for claims, damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses arising out of execution of works in respect of injury, sickness, disease or death of any person employed by contractor or any of contractor's other personnel. Employer and engineer shall also be indemnified. Employer and engineer shall also be indemnified under policy of insurance, except that this insurance may exclude losses and claims to this extent that they arise from any act or neglect of employer or a employer's person. Now, insurance shall be maintained in full force and effect during whole time that contractor's personnel are assisting in execution of work. For any person employed by a subcontractor, insurance may be affected by subcontractor, but contractor shall be responsible for subcontractors' compliance with subcontractors. There is 19 to 6 other insurance required by laws and by local practice. It's other insurances required by laws and by local practice. Contractor shall provide all other insurance required by laws of countries where any part of works are being. No, contractor shall provide all other insurances required by laws of countries where any part of works are being carried out at contractor's own cost. Other insurances required by local practice, if any, shall be obtained, shall be detailed in contract. Right, in any contract data. Contract shall provide all of the insurance required by laws of countries where any part of works are being carried out at contract's own cost. Other insurances required by local practice, if any, shall be detailed in contract data, and contractors shall provide such insurances in compliance with details given at contractor's own cost. Now, reaching employers and contractors' claims. What we learned in insurance is that is divided. Let us review what we learned in insurances. In insurances, we claim type. This is number one, general requirement we shall let. This says without limiting any other party's obligations or responsibilities under contract. Contractor shall affect all insurances of which contractors is responsible. So this is general requirement. Then there is another one. Then there is insurance to be provided by contractor, that is works insurance, and then goods insurance, liability for breach of professional duty, and then there is persons and damage to property, injury to employees, other instances whereby laws and employment. Now I will move to, you say, employers and contractors claims. Employers and contractors claim, that is chapter 20, or we can say clause 20. Before going further, I will just remind, be quite careful about claims, about insurances. Generally these are forgotten, not given due proper, proper value, and this is not directly related to your activity, so this keeps embedded in your contract books, and keep a watch on that directly or through your personal assistant. Otherwise your insurance may be dead and you will be watching. So let's move further now into thinking, and we can say we are awake again. Employers and contractors claim, after that insurances. So claims, which is very important part of contract, cannot be taken for granted. It requires attention, concentration, recording, documents, evidences, explanations, and law. You can say it's a part of quantity surveying. Claims is a part of quantity surveying, and it must be handled properly, because if claims are not handled properly, you may not get them in full, or these may be rejected, because claims means, you can say, it's a kind of submission which is based on facts, which is based on records, which is based on approvals, which is based on clarifications, which is based on some commercial agreement, which can be based on extension of time, which can be based on idealism, which can be based on suspension, which can be based on termination, which can be based on whatever reason, delay of site access, delay of design, delay of this. Wherever there is some delay on such, where responsibility lies on employer, as well as delay on this of contract also, and things get done too fast and without paying There are so many ways of claims that can be handled. Lots of claims are claims, extra variations, omissions, and additions. You can say novations, whatever. We see what this bit says, and later on we will see what is that. Let's see what physics says. We'll see what is that. Claim may, this 21 claim, this claim may arise, number A, if employer considers that employer is entitled to any additional payment. If employer considers that employer is entitled to any additional payment from contractor or reduction in contract price and or to extension of defects notification period. This number 1 is taken here. It's related to reduction of price or to be an extension of DNP. B, what it says, if contractor considers that contractor is entitled to any additional payment. If contractor considers that contractor is entitled to any additional payment from employer and or to EOT, extension of time, or C, if either party considers that it is entitled to another entitlement of relief against other party, such other entitlement or relief may be of whatever kind whatsoever, including in connection with whatever certificate, determination, instruction, notice, opinion or valuation of engineer, except to extent that it involves any entitlement referred to in subparagraph A and or B above. So these are basics they have given. Employer things, contractor things, and both things. Means money is on mind. Now, in case of a claim under subparagraph A or B above, subclause 20.2, subclause 20.2 for payment and or EOT shall apply. Payment for claims for payment is applied. EOT is applied. In case of a claim under subparagraph C above, where other party or engineer has disagreed with requested entitlement or relief, or is deemed to have disagreed Now it says in case of claim under subparagraph C above, where other party or engineer has disagreed with requested entitlement or relief or is deemed to have disagreed if it does not respond with a reasonable time. A dispute shall not be deemed to have arisen, but claiming party may, by giving a notice, refer to claim to engineer and subclass 3.7 agreement or determination shall apply. This notice shall be given as soon as practicable after claiming party becomes aware of disagreement or deemed disagreement and include details of claiming party case, claiming party's case and other parties of engineers disagreement or deemed disagreement. Again, I read this. This is regarding claims. So, it is in case of claim other than claim under subparagraph A or B above. As we said, claim either by contractor or by employer. In A, it is claim expected by employer, and B, claim expected by contractor. And what it says that subclass 20.2 claims for payment and or extension of time shall apply. It is that. Now, in case of claim under subparagraph A or B above, in case here we above, subclauses 20.2 claims for payment and or EOD shall apply. Now, in case of claim under subparagraph C above, where the other party or engineer has disagreed with requested entitlement of relief or deemed to have disagreed. With requested entitlement or relief, or is deemed to have disagreed if she does not respond with a reasonable time. A dispute shall not be deemed to have arisen, but claiming party may, by giving a notice, refer claim to engineer and subclause 3.7 agreement or determination shall apply. This notice shall be given as soon as practicable after claiming party becomes aware of disagreement. Or deemed disagreement and include details of claiming party's case and other party or engineer's disagreement or deemed disagreement. Now 20.2 claims for payment and or EOT, extension of time. If either party considers that it is entitled to any additional payment by other party, or in case of employer, a reduction in contract price and or to EOT in case of contractor. EOT stands for extension of time in case of contractor, or an extension of DNP in case of employer, that is defect notification period. Under any clause of these conditions or otherwise in connection with contract, following claim procedure shall apply. Now 22.1 notice of claim, then 22.2 engineer's initial response, 22.3 contemporary records, 22.4 fully detailed claim, and 22.5 agreement or determination of claim, and then 20.5 and then 20.6 claims of continued efforts, and then 20.7 general requirements. That so it is 22.1 notice of claim. Start with that. 22.1 notice of claim. Reasonable, right? Okay, now claiming party shall give a notice to engineer describing event or circumstance giving rise to cost. Claiming party shall give a notice to engineer describing event or circumstance giving rise to cost, loss, delay or extension of DNP for which claim is made as soon as practicable and no later than 28 days after claimant party becomes aware or should have become aware of event or circumstance, a notice of claim in these conditions. So this is notice of claim. Now, if claiming party fails to give a notice of claim within a period of 28 days, claiming party shall not be entitled to any additional payment. Contract price shall not be reduced in case of employer as claiming party. Time of completion in case of contractor as claiming party or DNP in case of employer as claiming party shall not be extended and other third party shall be discharged from any liability. Alright, so what it says, so many conditions are put here. Let me read again. If claiming party fails to give notice of claims within period of 28 days, Claiming party shall not be entitled to any additional payment. Contract price shall not be reduced in case of employer as claiming party. Time of completion in case of contractor as for claiming party, and or DNP direct notification period in case of employer as claiming party shall not be extended, and other party shall be discharged from any liability in connection with event or circumstance giving rise to claim. Engineer initial response. This is 22.2. Engineer's initial response. If engineer considers that claimant party has failed to give notice of claim within period of 28 days under subclass 20.1, if engineer considers that claiming party has failed to give notice of claim within period of 28 days under subclass 20.2.1, notice of claim, engineer shall within 14 days after receiving notice of claim, after receiving notice of claims, give a notice to claiming party now. Again I am reading this. If engineer considers that claiming party has failed to give notice of claim within period of 28 days under subclass 20.1, notice of claim, engineer shall within 14 days after receiving notice for claim give a notice to claiming party accordingly with reasons. If engineer does not give such a notice within period of 14 days, notice on claim shall be deemed to be a valid notice. If engineer does not give such a notice within period of 14 days, notice of claim shall be deemed to be a valid notice. If other party disagrees with such deemed valid notice of claim, other party shall give a notice to engineer which shall include details of disagreement. Thereafter, agreement or determination of claim under subclass 20.2.5, agreement of determination So we can say that agreement or determination of claim under subclass 20.25, agreement or determination of claim shall include a review by engineer of such disagreement. I am reading again, it's important. If engineer does not give such a notice with period of 14 days, notice of claim shall be deemed to be valid notice. If other party disagrees with such deemed or valid notice of claim, other party shall give a notice to engineer which include details of disagreement. Thereafter, agreement or determination of claim under subclass 20.5. Agreement or determination of claim shall include a review by engineer of such disagreement. If claiming party receives a notice, if claiming party receives a notice from engineer under subclass and disagrees with engineer or considers there are circumstances which justify late submission of notice, claiming party shall include its fully detailed claim under subclass 20.2.4, fully detailed claim deals of such disagreement, or why should such submission be justified, as case may be. Now, 20.3 contemporary records. Contemporary records. It's not always easy. Contemporary records. Relax. I stretch my legs. In this subclass 20.2, contemporary records means records that are prepared or generated at same time or immediately after event or circumstances giving rise to claim. Contemporary records means records that are prepared or generated at same time or immediately after event or circumstance giving rise to claims. Contemporary records, right? Claiming party shall keep such contemporary records as may be necessary to substantiate claim without admitting employer's liability. Engineer may monitor contractor's contemporary records and instruct contractor to keep additional contemporary records. Okay. I repeat, without admitting employer's liability, engineer may monitor contractor's contemporary records and instruct contractor to keep additional contemporary records. Contractor shall permit engineer to inspect all these records. during normal working hours. Uh, Alright, now we come to next contemporary records. So means engineer has the right to monitor such monitoring, inspection or instruction if any by engineer shall not imply acceptance of accuracy or completeness of contractor or contemporary records of engineer. Contractor shall permit engineer to inspect all these records during normal working hours. Now, fully detailed claim 2024. Fully detailed claim. Subclass 20.2 fully detailed claim means a submission which includes a detailed description of event or circumstances giving rise to claim. A statement of contractual and or other legal basis of claim. Claim details, you can say a detailed description of events or circumstances giving rise to claim. This list, you can say each point, you can say what happened relating to claim. And contractual reference, a statement of contractual and or other legal basis of claim. And see all contemporary records on which claims party relies, evidences and the detailed supporting particulars of amount of additional payment, detailed supporting particulars of amount of additional payment. Then we can say detailed supporting particulars of amount of additional payment, claims or amount of reduction of contract price in case of employer as claiming party and or EOT cleared in case of contractor or extension of DNF. Then you can say After that, it said detailed supporting particulars of amount of additional payment claimed or amount of relaxation of contract price in case of employer as claiming party or EOT claimed in case of contractual extension of DNP claimed in case of employer within either one within either one you can say 84 days after claiming party becomes aware. Within 84 days after claiming party becomes aware or should have become aware of event or circumstances giving rise to claim, or to such other period, if any, as may so this is a little tedious here. 84 days or such other period, if any, as may be proposed by claiming party and agreed by engineer. Claiming party shall submit to engineer a fully detailed claim. So 84 days limitation period after claiming party became aware or should have become aware of event or circumstance giving rise to claim, or such other period as may be proposed by claiming party and agreed by engineer. Right? If claiming party shall submit engineer a fully claim. If claiming party shall submit to engineer a fully detailed claim, if within this time, limit for this time limit, claiming party fails to submit statement under subparagraph B above, notice of claim shall be deemed to have lapsed. It shall no longer be considered as a valid notice, and an engineer shall within 14 days after this time limit expired give a notice to claiming party accordingly. So we further move on to this discussion, which is very critical actually. It's very, very uncomfortable in fact to say, because it is contractual matter and dispute matter and claims matter, and it requires systematic filing, systematic considerations with the functional claims. If within this time period, now it says within this time period, then say claiming party fails to submit statement as required, notice of claim shall be deemed to have lapsed without any effect, which shall no longer be considered a valid notice, and engineer shall, within 14 days after this time limit expired, gives a notice to claiming party accordingly. If engineer does not give such a notice within this period of 14 days, notice of claim shall be deemed to be invalid notice. If engineer does not give such a notice within this period of 14 days, notice of claim shall be deemed to be a valid notice. And if other party disagrees with such deemed valid notice of claim, other party shall give notice to engineer, which shall include details of disagreement. Thereafter, agreement or disagreement, agreement with determination of claim shall include a review by engineer of such disagreement. Now, if claiming party receives a notice from engineer under subclause 20(4), and if claiming party disagrees with such notice or considers there are circumstances which justify late submission of statement under subparagraph B above, fully detailed claim shall include details of claiming parties' disagreement on why such late submission is justified as case may be. If event or circumstances giving rise to claims has a continuing effect, if event or circumstances giving rise to claim has a continuing effect, subclause 20(6), claims of continuing effect shall apply. I'll repeat, it's important. It's important to understand, to analyze. This is 20. Part of 2024 fully detailed claim. It says now it affects 84 days after claiming party, start, let me see, I'll repeat this. Now claiming party is essentially here fully now if within time limit and claiming party fails to submit statement under subparagraph, notice of claim shall be deemed to have lapsed. It shall no longer be considered as valid notice, and engineer shall, within 14 days after this time limit has expired, give notice to claiming parties accordingly. If engineer does not give such a notice within this period of 14 days, notice of claim shall be deemed to be valid notice, and if the other party disagrees with such deemed valid notice, if other party disagrees with such deemed valid notice of claim, other party shall give a notice to engineer which shall include details of this agreement. Thereafter, agreement on determination of claims under clause 20.5, agreement of determination of claims under subclause 20.5, agreement of determination of claims shall include a review by engineer of such disagreement. If claiming party receives a notice, if claiming party receives a notice from engineer under this subclause 22.4, and if claiming party disagrees with such notice or considers there are circumstances which justify late submission of statement under subparagraph B above, fully detailed claim shall include details of claiming parties' disagreement or why such late submission is justified as case may be. If event or circumstance giving rise to claim has a continuing effect, subclause 20.6, claims of continuing effect shall apply. So 20.5, agreement or determination of claim. After receiving a fully detailed claim, either under subclause 20.4, fully detailed claim or an interim or final fully detailed claim, as case may be, under subclause 20.6, claim of continuing effect. Engineer shall proceed under subclause 3.7, that's agreement or determination to agree or determine. Now, additional payment, if any, to which claiming party is entitled, or reduction of contract price in case of employer as claiming party, and or B, extension, if any, of time of completion before or after its expiry under subclause 8.5, extension of time for completion in case of contractor as claiming party, or extension, if any, of DNP before expiry under subclause 11.3, extension of defects notification. Very well. In case of employer as claiming party, to which claiming party is entitled under contract. Again I read this agreement or determination of claim because it's complicated in the sense many points are involved, and it says after receiving a fully detailed claim either in subclause 22.4, fully detailed claim, or an interim or final fully detailed claim, as case may be, under subclause 20.6, claims of continuing effect. Engineer shall proceed under subclause 3.7, agreement or determination to agree or determine. additional payment, if any, to which claiming party is entitled, or reduction of contract price in case of employer or employer's claiming party, and or extension, if any, of time for completion. Before or after its expiry. Under subclause 8.5, extension of time for completion in case of contractor as claiming party, or extension of any of DNP before its expiry. Under subclause 11.3, extension of defects notification period in case of employers as claiming party, to which claiming party is entitled under contract. To which claiming party is entitled under contract. If engineer has given a notice under subclause 22.2, engineer's initial response, and under subclause 22.4, fully detailed claim shall nevertheless be agreed or determined in accordance with subclause 22.5. Agreement or determination of claim shall include whether or not notice of claim shall be treated as a valid notice, taking account of details, if any, included in fully detailed claim of claiming parties' disagreement with such notices, or why late submission is justified, as case may be. Circumstances which may be taken into account but shall not be binding may include whether or to what extent other party would be prejudiced by acceptance of late submission. In case of time limit under subclause 22.1, notice of claim, evidence of other party's prior knowledge of event or circumstances giving rise to claim, which claiming party may include in its supporting particulars, and or in case of time limit under subclause 22.4, fully detailed claims, evidence of other parties' prior knowledge of contractual and or other legal basis of claim, which claiming party may include in its supporting particulars. If having received fully detailed claim under subclause 22.4, fully detailed claim, or in case of claim under subclause 22.6, claims of continuing effect. Claims of continuing effect. An interim or final fully detailed claim, as case may be, engineer requires necessary additional particulars. One, shall promptly give a notice to claiming party describing additional particulars and reasons for requiring them. 2, shall nevertheless give response on contractual or other legal basis of claim. by giving a notice to claimant party within time limit for agreement under subclause 373 time limits as soon as practicable after receiving notice under subparagraph above, claiming party shall submit additional particulars and 4. Engineer shall then proceed under subclause 37 agreement or determination to agree or determine matter under subparagraphs A and B of B above and for purpose of subsection subclause 373 time limits, date, and engineer may assess additional particulars from claiming party shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. Now 20-6 claims of continuing effect. In event of circumstance giving rise to claims under subclause 20.2 as a continuing effect, a fully detailed claim submitted under subclause 22.4, fully detailed claim shall be considered as interim. In respect of this first interim fully detailed claim, engineer shall give his or her response on contractual or other legal basis of claim by giving a notice to claiming party within time limit for agreement under subclause 373 time limits. After submitting first interim fully detailed claim, claiming party shall submit further interim fully detailed claims at monthly intervals, giving a cumulative amount of additional payments claimed or reduction of contractual price or for reduction of contractual price in case of employer as claiming party, and or extension of time claim in case of contractor as claiming party, or extension of DNP in case of employer as claiming party. And D, claiming party shall submit a claiming party shall submit a final fully detailed claim within 28 days after end of effect resulting from event or circumstances or within such other period as may be proposed by claiming party and agreed by employer. This final fully detailed claim shall give total amount of additional payment claimed on claimed or reduction of contract price in case of employer as claiming party, and or extension of time claimed in case of contractor as claiming party, or extension of DNP in case of employer as claiming party. This 22(7), that is general requirements. I'm just going to read this paragraph. So we'll review this whole claims later also, because claims are very important. So it says in general requirement, because 2 minutes are still left. After receiving notice of claim and until claim is agreed or determined under subclass 22(5), agreement or determination of claim, in each payment certificate, engineer shall include such amounts for any claim as have been reasonably substantiated as due to claiming party under the relevant provision of contract. Employer shall only be entitled to claim any payment from contractor and or to extend DNP or set off against or make any deduction from any amount due to contractor by complying with subclass 22. Requirements of this subclass 20.2. Requirements of this subclass 20.2 are in addition to those of any other subclass which may apply to claim if claiming party fails to comply with this or any other subclause in relation to claim any additional payment and or any extension of time in case of contractor as claiming party, or extension of DNP in case of employer as claiming party, shall take account of extent, if any, to wherein failure has prevented or prejudiced proper investigation of claim by engineer. These were certain clauses that are available in let's say employers and contracts claims in 20.1, and these are based on both parties separately, their claims as well as either party's entitlement. So says this claim may arise from employer or from contractor or from either party, and also claims for payment and annuity means then there can be variations of claims, and says employer's claim, contractor's claim. Let us say, for example, payment claim can be from a contractor, and contract price reduction can be from employer, extension of time frame can be from contractor, and extension of defects notification period can be from employer. These are general conditions, general standards, general circumstances, and these contract claims are like that. Then we require notices of claims. In this case, according to 20.21.1, then let us say that 20.2.2, engineer's responses on that, and it says that 20.2.3, contemporary records means current records of happenings. You can say whatever generates the, say, immediately after, it says contemporary records means records that are prepared or generated at the same time or immediately after event or circumstance giving rise to claim. And all such contemporary records must be kept by claiming party for substantiation of respective claims. These are very important. Then 20.2.4, fully detailed claim. Fully detailed claim. Fully detailed claim means submission which includes detailed description of events or circumstances, contractual statements, and statement of legal basis, and contemporary records, as I said, that, and party relies upon these contemporary records. Also, detailed supporting particulars of amount of additional payment claims or amount of reduction of contract price for case of viruses, extension of time in case of contract, and extension of DNP in case of employer. And this are the 84 days after claimant party becomes aware or should have become aware, period of, you can say, 12 weeks. Then such other period as justified is the engineer agrees. Such a period is may be proposed by claimant party and agreed by engineer. Claimant party shall submit to engineer a fully detailed claim, and then you can say 20.2.5, agreement or determination of claim, which all same engineer should decide. Then 20.2.6, claims of continuing effect means monthly additional claims or monthly continuation. 20.2.7, general requirement. All these claim points, claim clauses will repeat. Such examples will include in that. And then we'll follow 21.1, disputes and arbitration. So this reading is not enough. We may like to take certain examples along with this reading tomorrow and try to understand further based on practical applications. Some suppliers and contractors claim, while this is 19, which is gone. This is regarding insurances. And this is what we have to say about that. So what is our actually, which destiny we have to seek today? We have reached this a question we have gone through. We have gone through our understanding of theory, you can say, understanding of contractual matters and understanding of how it works and how to establish, and that's insurances related to materials and goods, insurance related to sites, insurance related to staff, workers, insurance related to emergencies, and insurance related to, you can say, whatever sort of that is understood, gone through. We'll go once again, and also claims issues, I will say, claims from employers and claims from from a contractor's end related to issues that affect your, you can say, money claims, you can say cost claims, or on behalf of from contractor, extension of time claims raised by contractor, as well as you can say cost reduction claim expected by, you can say, employer, as well as extension of defects notification period generally expected by employer, and this is at level of engineer, and engineer is to decide, to determine whether or not these claims are justified or not justified, depending on contemporary records, actual records, substantiation for this claim, which must be very important for adjudication of these claims. And 84 days is given. 84 days given for making such claims, and if it's continuation of claims, even if it's in term of fully detailed, it should be done monthly for purpose of valuation, purpose of valuation purpose. So this part of FIDIC, that is claims for claims raised by contractor as well as employer, are very important. To an extent, we keep in mind cost impact, we keep in mind facts, because everybody is interested in investigation. Extension of time is also not easy, because it benefits contractor. Even if there's a delay on contractor side, then contractor should not be given. If delay is due to some circumstances which were within control of employer, and employer did not take action at that time, then employer must suffer, must pay back to contractor. And that point is very important. While if extension of time is granted, means money has also been granted, and there are many other liabilities involved with that, and there will be legal problems and other problems, and also an extension of time is there, then this is gain for contractor. Also employer loses, because extension of times means project cannot be used till that time. It cannot be commissioned till that period is over, and then maintenance starts, and you can say the facts notification period comes in, which goes against the contract, but it benefits employer. So it's not exclusively you benefit this party or that party. You have to take into consideration aftermaths and impacts of that. If cost reduction is there because of something, some region variations there, it goes in interest of employer, the cost is reduced. Of course it goes to this, but employer did not spend that, contractor might not spend that cost. There are changes in specifications, or changes in drawings, or changes in some omission or additions of some technical part or some part. Certainly, when you are not working, it must not be paid, and that party must not be supposed to pay when there's no work done. So like that, there are some claims is a complicated business, and it has been described as in two parts from this and two parts from. Hence, if I'm going to make more and more claims to action of one party contractor claim against the employer, and also I want extension of time because of that. So it's against employer, and employer asking for reduction of price of the commission, then it's against contractor. And also if employer says I want extension of defense liability period, defense notification period, so it's again. So it's one day we are paying to them, otherwise payment to other, and one is a payment to all them, while it's time management, or ultimately engineer has to be justified, has to ensure everything, because if it doesn't do, if engineer doesn't do, it has to appear before either DAB or before application, and that can cause that can cost something to engineer. We should not forget that point. It's very important. And clients in life of a civil engineer are very important. Professional part, it involves knowledge of experience, gained through experience, knowledge gained through common sense. Whatever learned, some learns in field about contracts, about actual happenings, about what contract speaks, how they work, how to work in field, how people work under contract, how it implies that. That's very much because it's a concurrent, because they contemporary records. Contemporary records management itself is different from, because you are sure some competent person on project who understands that. You can't expect that ordinary person working on site like this, like the engineer or foreman or like, they can understand contemporary records. I don't expect that. You can understand contemporary record only when you value documentation, when you value how documentation should be made, what's the meaning of that documentation, and does it relate to really contract application, or it doesn't relate. That's very important. Every competent person is not always available for site engineer for that. So the NHA into works for whoever responsible manager is there must have an understanding of this, and that is very important point we take into consideration. If we cannot take that into consideration, we certainly feel failure on that project as far as you say this point is concerned. It is very important point that must be taken care of, and that is the only reason that we are talking about FIDEC. Of course, it's FIDEC 2017, a little confusing, of course, a little analytical and little, you can say, cumbersome, but whatever it is, means we are not bound by FIDEC as well, but it gives a direction how to design your contract, how to import clauses into your contract, how to analyze those clauses into your contract. In that point, we have to understand very well. We have to apply that in our field very well. And if we can do that, we can do a lot. With this, I close this. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation and being with me. And if you are there, thank you. And whosoever is there, I think there will be someone. Chaudhary Raj is there. Okay, Mr. Chaudhary Raji. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chaudhary Raji. Thanks. Chaudhary Raji, yes. Chaudhary Raji. Chaudhary Raji. Chaudhary Raji. Okay, so I make this video end so that we talk later on.